Suara tak terdengar.
XII International Conference from Indonesia and abroad. Ladies and gentlemen, to begin our program this morning, we will enjoy a beautiful traditional welcoming dance entitled Kembang Deng. Kembang Deng is a welcoming dance from Buleleng Regency, Bali. It features graceful, dynamic, and vibrant movements inspired by Pedengan traditions, reflecting the warmth, energy, and cultural richness of Buleleng community. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Kembang Deng. And we gladly invite our conductor to take the stage and lead the anthem. Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, please remain standing. We will now proceed with the prayer. Let us take a moment to pray according to our respective beliefs and religions, asking for God's guidance and blessings so that the conference may run smoothly and bring meaningful benefits to all of us. May I invite the committee in charge to lead us in prayer.
Om Swastiastu. Om Awi Ganamastu Namo Siddham. Om Aditya Param Jyoti Rakta Teja Namo Stuti Sueta Pangkaja Madhyasta Bhaskaraya Namo Stuti Om Rangring Sah Paramasiwa Raditya Namo Namah Swaha. Almighty God, we gather here today with deep gratitude for your guidance and for the opportunity to come together for this event. May this gathering be a meaningful opportunity for us to learn, connect, and work together toward a better future. We place this gathering in your hands. Om Sriyam Bhavantu, Sukham Bhavantu, Purnam Bhavantu, Om Sama Sampurnaya Namo Namah Swaha. Om Santi, Santi, Santi. Om.
Ladies and gentlemen, you may now be seated. Ladies and gentlemen, we now come to the welcoming remarks from the Rector of Universitas Pendidikan Ganesha. It is our great honor to invite Professor Dr. Ganesha Bendantes, STMTI, as the Vice Rector for Academic Affairs and Cooperations, representing the Rector of Undiksha to deliver the welcoming remarks. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Professor Dr. Ganesha Bendantes, STMTI.
Thank you very much for the opportunity. Om Swastiastu. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Salam sehat, salam sejahtera bagi kita semua. Salam namo buddhaya, salam kebajikan, salam harmoni. Very good morning, ladies and gentlemen, distinguished guests, distinguished keynote speaker, Profesor Dr. Haryono MPD, Profesor Dr. Ninyoman Padman Bedewi, Profesor Sarah Prestridge, and Profesor Dr. Abu Yazid Abu Bakar. Thank you very much for fulfill our invitation, and thank you for allocated your time to sharing your knowledge, your experience to all participants in this conference. Rector, universitas leader, scholar, researcher, educational practitioner, and also the policy maker, our international and also the national partner. It is great honor that I welcome you to Universitas Pendidikan Ganesha and to the 12th National Convention of Indonesian Educational Administration Scholar, 12 KONASPI, together with the International Joint Conference on Global Knowledge Convergence. On behalf of the entire academic community of Universitas Pendidikan Ganesha, I extend our warmest welcome to all distinguished guests and participants who have joined us from Indonesia and from various parts of the world. Your presence here is not merely a representation of academic institution and professional organization. It is a reflection of our shared commitment to advancing education, strengthening educational leadership, and creating knowledge that respond meaningfully to the challenge of our rapidly changing world. Ladies and gentlemen, we are living in an era in which knowledge no longer develops within isolated boundaries. The challenge confronting education today, digital transformation, artificial intelligence, globalization, demographic change, environmental sustainability, social inequality, cultural diversity, and the changing nature of work are complex and interconnected. No single discipline, no single institution, no single country can respond to this challenge alone. This is why the idea of global knowledge convergence is particularly meaningful. The International Joint Conference on Global Knowledge Convergence provide an important platform for this purpose. It brings together scholar, researcher, educational leader, policymaker, and practitioner to exchange perspective, challenge assumption, share evidence, and develop new possibility for the future of education. At the same time, 12 KONASPI provide an important national forum for Indonesian scholars of educational administration to reflect on where we are today and where Indonesian education should move in the year ahead. Ladies and gentlemen, as an institution dedicated to education, Universitas Pendidikan Ganesha, along with other LPTKNE, is a school for teacher training university, firmly believe that the future of education depends not only on technological innovation, but also on the quality of human leadership behind that innovation. Educational leader must be able to navigate uncertainty, foster innovation, build inclusive institutions, empower teacher and student, and create learning environment in which every individual has the opportunity to thrive. This requires us to rethink how we prepare educational leaders. It requires stronger collaboration between universities, school, government, community, and also the international partner. And it requires us to ensure that our educational policy and practice remain grounded in evidence, humanity, cultural value, and a clear vision for the future. Ladies and gentlemen, our challenge is to build an educational system that is globally connected while remaining culturally grounded. Technological advance while remaining human-centered, and academically excellent while remaining social responsible. On behalf of Universitas Pendidikan Ganesha, I would like to express my sincere appreciation to the organizer, committee, partner, speaker, reviewer, volunteer, and everyone who has contributed to making 12 KONASPI and the International Joint Conference for Global Knowledge Convergence possible. And to all participants, thank you for bringing your knowledge, experience, idea, and aspiration to this conference. Finally, may this gathering strengthen our academic community, expand our international network, and inspire concrete action for educational transformation. With that spirit, I warmly welcome to all of you to 12 KONASPI and the International Joint Conference on Global Knowledge Convergence. With great honor, I hereby declare 12 KONASPI and International Joint Conference on Global Knowledge Convergence officially open. Thank you very much. Om Santi 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 Om. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Salam sehat untuk kita semua. Salam harmoni. Very good morning, everyone.
Thank you very much for the warm and inspiring remarks. Ladies and gentlemen, please give our Vice Rector another round of applause. Prof. Rasben, may I kindly ask you to remain standing for a moment as we will now proceed with the presentations of tokens of appreciations and certificates to our distinguished speakers. Next, may I invite Prof. Sarah Prestridge and Prof. Dr. Ninyoman Padmadewi MA to come forward and join us on the stage. We will now present the token of appreciations and certificates to our distinguished speakers. Okay, now we would like to invite you to come under the stage to take photo together. Yeah. Oh yes, this here. Okay, we will now take a group photograph with our distinguished speakers, the vice rectors, and the representative of the organizing committee. May I kindly ask the photographer and the organizing committee to assist with the arrangement. Now would everyone do salam harmony? Thank you. Now everyone can back to the seat. Ladies and gentlemen, we will now proceed with our first keynote sessions. It is my great pleasure to invite our moderator, Dr. Putu Ayu Prabawati Sudana, SPDM Hum, together with our distinguished keynote speakers, Prof. Sarah Prestige and Prof. Dr. Ninyoman Padmadewi, MA, to kindly join on stage and take the seat. I think Sarah Prestige will joining us soon. So please, Ibu Praba and Ibu Prof. Padmadewi. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome them with a warm round of applause. Thank you. Okay, Ibu Praba, the session is yours.
May I have 1 minute for us to prepare the equipment? Just 1 minute. We will start in 1 minute. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Dear students, my name is Praba and I will be the moderator for the first and second plenary sessions. Ladies and gentlemen, as we gather today to reflect on the future of education, we are reminded that rapid developments in digital technology and AI are reshaping how we teach, how we learn, and prepare learners for an uncertain future. At the same time, education must respond to the diversity of the learners, their cultures, languages, abilities, identities, and different ways of learning. The future of education, therefore, is not simply about adopting technology, but also creating responsive, inclusive, and sustainable learning ecosystems where innovation can serve every learner. To help us explore those questions and possibilities, we are honored to have with us two distinguished scholars who will share their insights and perspectives on the future of education. It is my great honor to introduce our first and second plenary speakers, Professor Sarah Prestige from Griffith University, Australia, and Professor Dr. Ninyoman Padmadewi from Universitas Pendidikan Ganesha. Our first speaker is Professor Sarah Prestige. Professor Prestige is one of Australia's most prominent and internationally recognized experts in the field of digital pedagogies. Her sustained and influential research has contributed significantly to pedagogical innovation and transformation, particularly in the areas of digital pedagogies, online learning, educational technologies, and teacher education. She is currently a professor at Griffith University and has held several important academic leadership positions, including Global Networking Portfolio Lead at the Griffith University and also Bachelor Program Director. Her research explores how pedagogical beliefs, professional learning, and digital technologies can transform teaching across K-12 and university. Her contributions include research on online and high-flex learning, virtual learning environments, teacher professional development, and more recently, the adoption of generative AI in education. Professor Prestige has an extensive international research network and has collaborated with scholars and institutions across Europe, Asia Pacific, North America, and beyond. She was named the top scholarly researcher in teaching and teacher education in Australia in 2020, 2021, and again in 2025. So we're lucky to have her here with us. With a scholarly portfolio of more than 90 publications, Professor Prestige continues to make a significant contribution to shaping the future of teaching and learning in the digital era. And our second speaker is Professor Dr. Ninyoman Padmadewi, MA from Universitas Pendidikan Ganesha. Professor Padmadewi is a professor of English education and currently serves as the head of English language education postgraduate program at Universitas Pendidikan Ganesha. She earned her doctoral degree in linguistics from Udayana University and has made significant contributions in the fields of English education, English language teaching, assessment, and teaching methodology. Her academic expertise also extends to social linguistics, pragmatics, discourse studies, and inclusive education. Beyond her academic career, she has been actively involved in developing educational initiatives in North Bali, including as the founder of North Bali Bilingual School and other educational institutions and learning programs. Professor Padmadewi has also contributed extensively to the development of inclusive education, particularly through her work on individual education plans and curriculum design for students with autism spectrum disorder and other special needs. With her extensive experience as an educator, researcher, curriculum developer, and advocate for inclusive education, Professor Padmadewi continues to make an important contribution to the development of education that is more responsive, inclusive, and meaningful for diverse learners. And for the first session, we are honored to invite Professor Prestige to deliver her keynote entitled A New Educational Ecosystem and the Disrupting Factors That Are Reshaping That System. Professor Prestige, the time is 40 minutes and the floor is yours.
Okay, and just to get my bearings, does my presentation, does it come on? Oh yeah, there it is. Is it there? It's not there. Oh, no, it's only here. Oh, it's there. Whoa, nice and big. Good morning, everyone. Lovely to be here. I have something I need to say, and hopefully this will work. So bear with me. Aku bahagia. Aku cinta kamu. Terima kasih sudah datang. So I hopefully did that relatively okay. I've been an educator for a very long time. So when I'm allowed to speak in front of you all, it's very exciting for me. My mother, who passed last year, she was 97. She did very, very well, but she always said to me, if you're allowed to give the keynote, make sure you say something good. So today, I hope that I can say something that will be interesting for you. After being an educator for such a long time, it's really better to be interactive. So sitting down is very hard for someone who wants to show you how important what they say is. So don't mind me, I'll just walk around and point to things just to make sure you get an idea of how important things are. So I was a primary school teacher, and then I did a master's degree, and at the time there were two areas that were very interesting in Australia. One was technology and the computers, and the other was languages. And I'm really bad at languages. So I did the technology and I looked at computers. Then I did a PhD that looked at how teachers learn online. And back then, because that was in the early 2000s, it was quite interesting to see how teachers were networking together in social environments online, and how that would support the conversation they were having, support change in the way they were teaching in the classroom with technology. Okay? So all my life I have researched about effective use of a technology. What does that actually mean for us? And I think right at the moment we are in a very tricky situation. All I hear, now I'm allowed to say things because I'm the keynote, so I can say something that's a little bit, maybe a bit different, but all I hear is transformation. Everything's transforming. It's not. It really isn't. So if one thing you take away from me today, it's not transformative. The only thing that technology can do is be present. It's how you action the technology, how the teacher uses the technology. And I will tell you from years and years and years of evidence of research, the teacher will use the technology in the same way they've always used a technology. Now, let me think about that. So one really nice example that I do tell people that tries to help you understand this is that when teachers use a particular technology, say, you might not remember this, the interactive whiteboard. We had those in schools in Australia. What happened was, at the time, there was a lot of instructional teaching. So I would tell the students what to do. And the interactive whiteboard became a data projector because it showed the PowerPoint, just like I'm doing here, that is instructing you. So I didn't change how I taught. I've added the technology to what I already do as a teacher. I haven't changed anything at all. So we talk about this as the difference between evolving uses of technology and transforming uses. Now, transforming uses means change. Okay, it means a change. It doesn't mean that you just add it on to what you already do. What we're currently seeing with any technology is the evolution. We add it. We don't change the way we teach and learn. Now, the topic in this conference today was about transforming education. What does that mean? What are we going to do to change education? And that's what I'm talking about today. I have 40 minutes now, I've got about 35 minutes. But how do we change the way we teach with the technology? How do we not just add it on? Let's see if this works. There's Australia. when we do international keynotes, we actually thank the Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islanders and acknowledge them as the owners of our land. Now, when you see the map of Australia like that, it's got all the different Aboriginal cultures. And I come from just around, I'll just go to point so you know where I'm coming from, the Turrbal and Turrbal people's lands, which is here. That's where I am. So I honour and thank them for giving us the land of learning, which has been a land of learning for a very long time. So it's the Yuggera and Turrbal people. So I was walking on the beach because I come from Queensland and we have a lot of beach. Like you do here, you have a lot of beautiful beach. And I'm walking and my husband is a scientist. And I'm walking along and this water is coming in and the sand is going out and we're getting all this erosion on the beach. And I said to my husband, we've got to stop this. We're eroding the beach. The waves are coming in. And he said to me, very simple, he doesn't say a lot, but when he says something, it's really important. And he said, you can't stop water. You just can't. And you can't, but you can't stop these two things that are happening. So, that was quick. You can't stop the move online, and you can't stop AI. They're like water. They are everywhere. Now I'm going to do both of those today. I'm going to look at AI and I'm going to look at online. I'll do online first. Now, I'm not very good at this. Okay. What do we need to teach in schools, in vocational colleges and universities now to prepare students for jobs that currently don't exist? So if you think about AI and online, in Australia and around the world, people are working from home. Hands up if that's happening here, if you're learning from home or you're working from home. Anyone? Okay. In Australia, most hands would be raised. In Europe, it's not 100%, but there are some evidences that in America especially, and Australia, and a lot of, the UK, number of places, people are working from home. So if we read the question, how do we support people to work from home? Because they don't go into work anymore. They don't have offices. A lot of learning is online. Most universities have online programs. So they'll have the face-to-face version, but they'll also have an online version. Yeah? Okay? Who has the competencies for this? We've all gone online. How do we prepare our pre-service teachers, our academics, our workers in any field to actually learn online? So one case in Australia is that some children can't get to school. One, because it's far away, but the other is because of increase in cost of living, having to pay mortgages, children are working more. Okay? Now, if they're working more, they can't get to school. If they can't get to school, how do we prepare them for the world after school and university life that is already online? I haven't given a lecture in about 10 years. All my lectures are online and they're recorded. We have a tutorial, which is in person, but every single course offers an online version. So no one has to come in. And now we're moving to an asynchronous model, which is block programming. In block programming, the student can do that period of work over 4 weeks, 2 weeks, 1 week, 3 days, whatever they choose. So there's an increase in flexibility, there's an increase in choice, and there's an increase in everything being available online. Schools. Now you think, schools are hard to change. You just said we have to transform the education system. That was the opening statement, wasn't it? Let's transform the education system. Schools now have an in-person version and an online version. Or they teach courses at a distance, or they teach in virtual spaces. Now you're looking at me thinking, okay, is this true? It is true. We've been doing it for a very long time pre-COVID. What happened when COVID hit is that we hadn't given and supported our pre-service teachers and our teachers to be able to teach online. Okay, so what is happening around the world right now is that we're trying to ensure that our pre-service teachers, the people who are training to be teachers, have the capability of teaching online. So not just because we might get another pandemic, not because of the political conflicts in the world, not because of the social issues, it's because all of that. At any point, we have to be able to ensure that every single student has access to education and can do it when they need to do it. So if a child is sitting at home, they're working and they can't get to school, how do I get education to them when they can do it? And it's no longer okay to say it's only available if you can get yourself to school. You have to be able to give, for equity reasons, access and support to every student. Now, there's going to be issues with bandwidth, there's going to be issues with the technology. But if we constantly only think about schooling in a classroom, we've lost the battle. We haven't transformed anything, we haven't advanced in any way. All we're doing is doing the same thing we've always done and keeping education locked inside a classroom. We can't do that anymore. So every pre-service teacher must be able to teach online. How many pre-service teachers are in this room? Any? Okay, so when you see a pre-service teacher, ask them, can they teach online? How many people in this room have learnt or done a course online? Come on, hands up if you've done any course online. Hands up who's watched a YouTube video, please. Yay. Is it about something to do with learning? You wanted to know how to do a recipe. You wanted to know how to play the guitar. You wanted to know how to dance. You were all learning online. You all did it out of choice, interest and motivation. What is schooling about? Why are we keeping our children in the classroom? Is it a social issue? Keynotes are supposed to make you think. Okay, so think about it. Why are we only teaching in the classroom? So let's have a look at, see, I don't do slides very well. So let's see what my other slides were. So we need new models of schooling and new models of teaching. So you see where I'm going? If you're learning engineering, if you're learning computer science, if you're learning economics, you also need to know how to learn online, because you've got to be able to access that material at any time when you're not in the tutorial. So we have to change the model. Now, universities have already done that. Schools are trying to do that. But if schools don't do that, they're not setting up the students ready for university, because university's already gone online. So if you've only ever learnt in a classroom, think about the impact that's going to have if you go anywhere at any university because it has online courses. You've got to be able to learn in that mode. So we need new models of schooling and new ways of teaching, because what you can't do is take the classroom and teach the same way online. You can't do that. It's got to be different. So in university, you can't take the tutorial and you can't teach it the same way online. If you do that, guess what happens? In Australia, we call it crickets. You get silence. You get black screen. You get, can you turn your camera on, please? Can you say something to me, please? You know what I'm talking about, don't you? As soon as you get that, it's because the student doesn't know how to learn online, and the teacher is taking a model from the classroom and putting it online, and that's not working. So we need new models of schooling. We can't just keep saying, let's keep doing it the same way. We have to do it differently. What that looks like, we're trying to work out at the moment, but we know what we can't do. Okay? Whoop. So we can't move the classroom online. Can't do it. I don't know how. Yeah, sorry, I'm playing around with this on technology and I'm not being able to use a PowerPoint. It's quite amusing. The classroom model, and this is for any of your learning as well, is very teacher-centric, teacher to student. The online model is a networked model. It's where everyone's the teacher, everyone's the learner, everyone's interacting. You can't stop the interaction. That's what you want to achieve. The two are completely different. But we can't use the classroom model in the online model. It doesn't work. We have to do new. Okay. There's a product in Australia and a lot of places around the world that uses virtual environments now. So they're places that students can walk around inside, and that's just a picture of one there, where all the students in different localities around Australia, so it might be Singaraja, is that how you say? Yeah, Singaraja. It might be Seminyak. It might be, where else? Different place. All the children in different locations, but they're all in the virtual space. And they're walking around talking to each other. That's happening. Okay, that's happening in our school system. So we're trying to do different models. We're trying to look at ways children are learning in different ways, which is really interesting. Whoop. So my key thing is you have to do it differently. Teach differently, learn differently, and learn the capabilities to be able to engage in these new spaces. Don't bring the classroom into online, and don't bring online, do bring online, into the classroom. You've heard of blended, you've heard high flex, you've heard hybrid. They're all different models of teaching. Okay, so let's move to AI. I'm just seeing how much longer I have. 20 minutes, okay. So, AI has done some really interesting things for schooling. Now, it's a pervasive technology. That means it's actually embedded in all sorts of systems. So you open your email now, you have Copilot as part of the Microsoft system to help you. You have all of the Google responses. Remember how we used to Google everything? Now, it gives you an AI response at the very top to try to help you. So the one thing about AI, it wants to help you. It wants to please you. It wants to answer the question. Have you noticed when you say, no, that's not the right answer, no, I was thinking this, do you know what it says next? It says, oh, sorry, yeah, oh yeah, you're right, and it goes down that line. And you're like, okay, interesting. So it is, you've got to remember it is there to actually please you. Now, if it's there to please you, is it giving you the right information? No, no, it's not. But we know that. So what, and I need to have some audience participation now. What is the most important thing for a person, skill, that they need to have when they're using AI? What's the most important skill? Yeah. You have to speak louder. Yeah, absolutely. Well done. So if you didn't hear what she said, and very well said, you have to be critical. You have to be critical. Now, that's the thing I want to have a look at today, being critical with AI. Me. I'm just moving through my slides. We know it's undetectable. We know it's ubiquitous. Transformative. I'm still not on that side yet for education. In other ways, yes, it's transformed some things, but has it actually changed how teaching and learning happens at university or in a classroom? Hands up if you think AI has actually changed how kids in schools are learning and how you as students are learning in your course. Has it changed? Yes, put your hands up. There's only a few of you with a yes. Okay. I look at pedagogy, so I look at how to teach with it. And at the moment, it is very few and far between that it's actually changed the actual teaching practice and how we're actually teaching. So that needs to change. But there is different ways of thinking, and there's lots of trialling going on at the moment, which is really good. Okay, so there's something interesting in Australia happening. I just want to talk about this before I get on to critical thinking, which was what you were saying. which is exactly correct. So we have a strategy in Australia called the Castle Reach strategy. And what it's doing is something that we haven't seen before, and it's because of AI. But if you read the document, and it's available there, castlereach.ai, it talks about the fact that we have to think about education holistically. We have to think about early childhood with schooling, with vocational, with university. So what historically has happened is we've thought about those things independently. Schools don't talk to universities. Schools do kids in schools, and then once they've finished the final year, they go to university. There's no transition. There's no relational transition between schools and university or vocational education. It's all sector related. What this strategy is trying to do is to bring all of those together. But there are some goals there that are very interesting. So goal number 1, a shared definition. Goal number 2, coherent scaffolding across those. And goal 3, every Australian has to be capable, confident and critically and creative to use AI. But the biggest thing about when people talk about AI is this idea of maintaining the human within it. And I've noticed when you're actually reading the work of AI, you can see a lack of human in it. What people now are after is seeing the human in the writing. So they're actually after not the AI output. Do you know what I mean? There's been a real change. It initially was, I'm going to use AI to make it sound really good. But making it sound really good actually reduces the human within the work. And when you've reduced the human in the work, it loses its value. So if you read, any teacher reads some work, they can see the AI. So when we say it's undetectable, to a degree, we can't, say exactly what percentage or whatever, but we have to go with the idea that we need to see the person in it. So when you talked here creativity, critical thinking, you have to be creative with the output. You have to be able to think critically to judge the output, but you have to be able to use it in a way that you craft the work and you're in the work. The passion, your voice, the way you are has to be present in how you write now. If you get this monologue of output, no one wants to read that. No one wants to engage with that. People want to engage with people. So it's an interesting situation we are in right now, because we have to understand that what people are looking for now has changed. They're not looking for the great sentence, they're looking for the human in the sentence. It used to be we look for the great sentence. Now we don't look for the great sentence. We look for the human. We look for the ways of thinking that's in that sentence. So it's a different way of thinking about the use of AI now. So how many people have asked AI a question and it's given them the answer straight away, all the answers, and you've gone, done, I don't have to do anything anymore? How many people in the room? Every hand should be up now. Literally, everyone should have asked AI some questions and got the output thinking, okay. Yeah, everyone. You don't have to put your hands up. I know everybody has done that. If you haven't, I would expect you to do that. That's very important because you've got to experience the tool to be able to use the tool. What that is not learning. That's the bit. Getting an output is not your learning. To really deeply understand. We've had a problem with technology for a long time because we haven't deeply taught how to learn. So what we have to do now with AI is teach people how to learn with AI. Be open, be creative, be critical. But we need discussion around that. We can't pretend. We have to be able to teach with it effectively that will support our students. This is what's currently happening. In research tasks, we used to use encyclopedia. I remember, I'm pretty old now. I used to open a book. It was called the World Encyclopedia. And I'd pull it off at W and I'd open it up and I'd read all the information. It was a book. Now, then we got the World Wide Web. We thought, explosion. Then we got Googling and now we got ChatGPTing. Now we had textbooks, worksheets, e-textbooks, online repository of more tasks and content. Can you see? It's the same thing, but in a different way. It's evolving, not transforming. That is not transformative. It's not change. It's evolution. So when people say to you, we're transforming, we're not. I keep coming back to that. We're not at the moment. We're evolving. Okay. Cardboard, posters, PowerPoints, and now we have movies, multimedia products, really whiz bang. Pretty quick, actually, if you get AI to do it. So, can you see how we're actually just doing the same thing, but with new technology? What we need to do is something different. Okay? Now, if you haven't, I learn online. I go to this person's podcast. If you haven't ever seen or heard about this podcast and you're an educator or you are someone interested in learning, there's hundreds of podcasts available, okay? Hundreds of them. This lady called In the Classroom, the link is down the bottom, at In the Classroom with Kat. She interviews some really interesting people, computer scientists, that's a computer scientist on this side, Doug Lemon, he's from the USA. Then you've got David Noonan, he talks about schema theory and how we actually learn. So when I was thinking about this keynote, right near where I live in Australia is a forest. And I put my earbuds in and I have my phone and I walk in the forest, and believe me, there are koalas and there are kangaroos right near where I live. So I'm walking along and I'm listening to David about schema theory, and I'm listening to Doug about freeing up the working memory. But as I'm listening, this is what you do to learn. I'm just unpacking it for you. As I'm listening to David and he's talking about how we use experience to form schemas within our brain that connect knowledge together, right? That's schema theory. I'm thinking about AI. I'm thinking, well, how does AI come into that? Because is that part of the experience that they're having. And if you think about it, you've got someone like me who's an expert in their field. It took me this long, but I'm an expert now, pretty much. I'm thinking, okay, how does AI come into schema theory? And as I'm doing that, I'm thinking, it's only my understanding, deep understanding of education, that I'm able to make the connection with AI. So for a novice learner, so say you're starting off computer engineering or economics, you're a novice learner, you don't have all the schemas yet, you don't have all that knowledge yet, and then AI comes in and starts to do the work to a certain degree, but you don't know how to be critical. You don't know how to make that judgment on it, if it's right or wrong, or if it's hallucinating. But the thing is, through that experience of analysing it, trying to make the judgments, you're building your schema. Okay? So it's important to do, but there's a difference between a novice and an expert. And there's a whole section where you're moving towards expert knowledge. It plays the role there, but what it actually does is that last sentence there. The novice will not have skills to assess the output credibly, which is what you said, you have to have critical thinking. It won't have the skills, but if you look at further investigation, so output comes, you go, is that true? Really? Okay, I'm going to test this, I'm going to say it again in a different way, or I'm going to ask it to do this. It actually increases your productivity. It takes longer because you're testing the answers, but what you're engaging in is deeper learning by doing that. But you have to be in that space to do it. You can't just accept. So when people say AI lessens productivity because it's quicker, it's actually not true. It actually takes longer to be critical with it over and over and over again, because you can't accept what it's saying as truth because it's trying to please you. Okay, so there is a difference here. So don't think that AI is the fast solution to everything. It's actually requiring you to engage in critical, deep ways with its outputs. And then you have to bring you into it as the human to create the final output. So, in essence, all of this is really interesting things that are happening. But remember, we are the people in charge of change. We have to try to do things differently. It's okay to try, but we have to do things differently. We have to learn differently with the AI, but we have to understand that. We have to support people to learn, and we have to really think about how to bring learning to the student wherever they might be, because that's absolutely critical for our education system. I would love to answer some of your questions. I'm not sure if I have any time, but I'll be here today to answer questions at any point in time. You'd be a fabulous audience. The people here nodding at me occasionally and saying, yes, I sort of understand your answer there. Some people putting their hands up. Thank you very much. The more you engage, the better it is for a keynote to be, making sure that you're getting something out of it. So thank you very much for your time.
online learning, we cannot stop AI, we cannot stop technology. We have to adapt to them. Thank you very much. And I'd like to invite our second speaker, Professor Padma Dewi. Floor is yours. Your time is also 40 minutes, Prof.
Okay, thank you so much, Ibu Prabha, as the moderator of today's session. Well, good morning, everyone. All of you who are here offline and also all of you who are there online. I'm Ninyoman Padma Dewi. I'm from Universitas Pendidikan Ganesha. The screen, please. Is it okay? Yeah. Right. The title of my presentation today is about connecting culture, language, pedagogy, technology, and inclusion, instructional practices, and teaching strategies. Well, I begin my presentation by inviting you to reimagine about education for all, where culture, language, pedagogy, and technology are all essential for inclusive and sustainable learning future. I think now we can see that a lot of learners, millions of learners, enter the classroom equipped with technology, even sophisticated technology, and have the access to learn different kinds of languages, meet different students from diverse backgrounds, yet there are still many students who are lack connected, even disconnected, even left behind, and even feel stressful in the classroom. This is the one that we face at the moment. So that's why we need to think about how we respond to these phenomena at the moment. The future of education, and when we talk about it, let's begin with one question. Who is education designed for, actually? Right now, we have to face the fact that we have the student with different abilities in our classroom. We have learners from different cultures. Even now in Undiksha, for example, we have students from many different cultures who are coming from different countries. We are having students who are learning with different languages. We are having students with different socioeconomic background, and also we are having students with different ways of learning and communicating. The question is, how do we respond to this one? Are we ready to respond to this one? If education is designed only for one type of learner, it is not ready for the future. So, well, now let's see what is the existing condition, existing phenomena that we face. I review several literature and empirical studies, and I find out that a lot of bullying happening. Either accent bullying, or linguistic racism, or even a lot of students who have oral language difficulties, which stimulate bullying in the classroom. And a lot of bullying in different kind of forms happen in Indonesia lately. And these give the effect of feeling of low self-worth, the feeling of loneliness, the feeling of depression, indicating poor school functioning and even lead to fatal outcomes. I think we had news about it before, that a student committed suicide because of being bullied. Not only young learner, but also adult student. So this is the fact that we have to face. Now, how are we going to respond about it? Is the education that we run at the moment is ready for that one, is able to respond to this one? So I searched about OECD Learning Compass 2030. It is a framework developed by OECD to guide education toward facing the future. And in that Learning Compass 2030, one important competencies that the students should learn is about transformative competencies, which consists of 3 competencies. The first one is that the students should learn about new values and entrepreneurship, which include the students should learn about innovation, students should be able to empower their own critical thinking, and also the student must be learn how to do problem solving. The next competence is that reconciling tension and dilemmas. This is why peace education now is so important. The student must be able to learn how to be in harmony in the classroom. Peace education is important there. Why? Because students should learn about resolving conflicts. The students should learn making ethical decisions. And the last competence is that about responsibility. Taking responsibility. Students should be able how to take responsibility for one's own action. Students should learn how to act with integrity. Students should learn how to maintain sustainability, respecting the right of others, and also being an active citizen. So this is the learning compass, one of the skills based on the learning compass 2030 and how the future of education must be directed to. Now the question is that you as the teacher candidates or us as the teacher lecturers, are we ready for that one? How are we going to respond to this one? All right? We need to adapt ourselves either in the form of how the school practices must be done and how the teacher strategies must be directed. We have to shift the perspective that we have from the traditional perspective into the adapted and inclusive perspective. The question before might be, can the learner fit the school? Now we change the perspective into, can the school respond to the learner? Right? And is the learner ready for the existing system? We change it into, is the educational system ready to respond to the learner diversity? And what is wrong with the learner? That is the question that we often have in the past. Now we should be able to direct ourselves into the question of what barriers prevent the learner from participating. So I would like to share the result of my research about this one, which is analyzing school practices and framework in implementing inclusive education. We did our research in National Plus School in Bali, and then the result of the research showing that the school implement multi-layers of philosophy, and the philosophies are manifested into multi-tiers program, either the program in the level of school level, either the program that are implemented in the form of intra or co-curricular, in order how they are able to maintain inclusive education, and also they are developing programs that are happening as a school-wide program, and also the program that are outside of school, which actually in collaboration with parents and communities. So this one, the collaboration of all of this is very important, and how education can be directed into what we want to have. Now, what is actually the multi-layers of philosophy identified through my research and the team and my team? There are 4 layers actually. The first one is the core foundation, universal kindness as the foundation. The students should learn how to think good, how to speak good, and how to do good. This is as a foundation of everything about there. And after that, the education is directed into holistic development, where the whole person approach is actually the emphasis. That the education is not only care about something academic, but also the education must also care about mental well-being, emotional health, physical vitality, social connection. And after this, the process of learning is strengthened through the process of cognitive and learning in the classroom or outside the classroom, where the process of education and teaching learning process develop inclusive and critical thinking. Here, the emphasis of education is that how critical thinking, perspective taking, problem solving, learning and growing become the emphasis. And the last one is that living the kindness. So how the school translate values into action. So the process of teaching and learning is directed to have good character and also be smart. This seriousness of how inclusive education is implemented demand a lot of commitment. Okay, and another research that I did in relation to this is that the connection of multiculturalism, inclusion, and peace education. Like I told you before, the Learning Compass, OECD, Learning Compass 2030 said that one of the important competencies to be learned is that must be introduced to the student is how to solve conflicts and tension. So this is why peace education now become very important. So here we need to refer, if we talk about peace, we talk about Galtung theory, an old theory that very highly important. Based on Galtung theory, peace consists of two kind of peace, negative peace and positive peace. Negative peace literally means absence of direct violence, while positive peace means the presence of justice and harmony. And this one, peace education, has three dimensions: peacemaking, peacekeeping, and peace building. And in relation to that, the result of our research say that values of peace education are promoted and practiced through multicultural and inclusive education, following that framework that you can see on screen. It is the school use the basic, the core religious value as the foundation, and then after that they introduce about multiculturalism, inclusivity, and character education. As you know, also the Learning Compass 2030 emphasized the importance of character education, because the student must learn how to take responsibility about their own action, about being able to respect to others, which is all can be established through emphasizing also the character education in school. And from this one, the values of peace education that can be identified to be promoted in the school consists of several values: respect for diversity, empathy, which is very highly important, equality for justice, inclusion, open-mindedness, human right, awareness, non-violence, and unity in diversity. Wait. Sorry, I have a problem with this one. Okay, so not only that one more important aspect to be taken into consideration is that inclusive education requires inclusive language education. Why do you think? Because learner may differ in language proficiency. They may differ in their communication style. They are different in terms of cognitive cognitive profiles, and they are also different in terms of cultural background, and they have their own learning needs, which might be different from one student to another student, and also they have different ways of expressing understanding. And because of this one, the education must be directed into how teachers can provide multiple ways of presenting language, and then multiple ways of practicing language, and multiple ways of demonstrating learning. Operator? Okay. Those one is not easy. Because of that, I also want to show you another research that we did about that implementing inclusive education need a lot of commitment, a lot of support. And based on our research, the research about teaching English to learners with autism, it was identified that the teacher should be able to provide individual education plan to the student that are on special in that classroom, at the same time must be able to take care of other regular students who are in the same classroom, which is not easy. And then the teacher must be able to collaborate with other teachers in the classroom to have co-teaching. The teacher must be able to divide who is teaching what, who is handling who in the same classroom, and this is also need special skill and classroom management. And also the teacher must be provide any visual media, because some students are more visual than the other kind of style that they have. So the teacher must be able to provide any visual medias. And then after that, the teacher is expected and is demanded to do differentiated instruction, because they have to care about the diverse students in the classroom. And they also apply buddy program. All of these need multidimensional support, either from colleague or from the school, in order to make how the student, everyone in the classroom, everyone in the school will be all having the same access to quality education. Sorry, what is happening? Right, thank you. Right, language is also having a very important rules, right, in maintaining inclusive education and peace education. Why? Because language is a means of communication. Language is a means of participation. Language is a means of identity. Language is a means of accessing knowledge and a means of expressing identity and culture. And the teacher themselves must also, should also be expected to apply communication strategy. The communication strategy is intended how everyone is respected, how harmony can be guaranteed in the classroom, no conflict, no, having no fight among the students, because we find out that a lot of students in the classroom, sometimes they have bullying from other friends. There are so many cases about this in Indonesia, because a lot of research about this one, and also a lot of report about this one. Because of that, the teacher are expected to use communication strategies. Based on the research that I did toward the teachers who apply this one, they believe that the communication strategies can be done through the first one, using empathic expression. The next one, using linguistic expression which show understanding toward diversity. Stimulating dialogue and active listening. Avoiding assumption and generalization, and using student first language to avoid misunderstanding. Why it's always, okay. I did this already, right? Okay, inclusive education is also cultural education. Why? Because learner brings with them their language background, they bring with them different cultures, right? And they bring with them different family experiences. They have their values, and also they have their belief, and also social identities. I would like to share my research that deal with this one. We did a research which try to see how inclusive education is promoted through the local culture, local concept that is called menyama braya. Literally means we are all brothers and sisters. And in the school, they apply this one in every activities that they have. They introduce, they promote this kind of value, how the students are able to respect any other student, how diversity is appreciated, how differences are valued. And based on the implementation of this concept through several kinds of activities in the classroom, through co-curricular, they have several activities that are through co-curricular, and also through the involvement of parents and community. And it was identified several values to be promoted. Those are acceptance, which is very, very important. When you have a lot of students from different backgrounds, the value of acceptance is very highly important. And then empathy, this is very high value, very important value. The next one, sense of belonging. The next one, how to the students are able to do collaboration, how they are able to value other people's opinion that are not the same with them, for example, and respect for diversity. This one implied that the future of education should be able to shift traditional value where diversity sometimes or even frequently create complexity through the perspective that diversity create opportunities for learning. Why? Because through learning together in that kind of inclusive situation, learning together is empower, where the students are able to learn from one another. The students learn about different culture. The students learn through different perspectives, and they learn through collaborative experiences. This is very important, and this is considered to be helpful in making the objective, the outcome of the teaching and learning process be more meaningful. So, sorry, what is happening? So, I think the previous one. Yeah, no, yeah. The next one, please. Okay, so the paradigm of one size fits all must be directed into responsive pedagogy, where differentiated instruction is possible, where flexible learning material are provided, where collaborative learning is empowered, where visual and multimodal resources are available and supported, and there are multidimensional support, and also multiple forms of assessment. In the past, we might see that school only emphasizing on the score, cognitive aspect, but now assessment is not only enough by having that score-oriented assessment. We need also to see how the student behavior, how student attitude, so that is also become the focus of the assessment nowadays. Other example of my research which show that teaching in an inclusive classroom need a lot of demands and also need a lot of collaboration with other parties. So we identified that one of the model that can be used to teach in an inclusive classroom is GROWFIT experiential learning model. GROWFIT is the abbreviation of the first one, G, guide. The student need to be guided in how they need to learn. So this is done by the teacher by providing structured guiding question, essential leading question. From this leading question, the student will be able to give or to have the opportunity to have self-exploration, doing research on the internet to find out by themselves, try to answer the question. The question actually the guidance of what to learn and how to learn. And based on the result of the research, the student is given the chance to observe through school visit. So the importance of school visit here is that to provide the student with the opportunity to have authentic practices, to understand by themselves, by seeing themselves, how the student in the classroom are treated in an inclusive situation. Based on the result of that school visit, then the student make a report, and the report is then taken into the workshop in a university again, and through the workshop, they are having focus group discussion where the student learn. They have feedback from the teachers, they have feedback from the student. And this one is expected to be able to improve their critical thinking, and at the end they are able to think about the solution. So we find out that GROWFIT experiential learning model is very useful. The result of the student, because we ask the student at the end of the teaching learning process, they have a very high understanding. And what made me really impressed with the perspective of the student, their responses is that they are very empathic. They said, I'm in touch to see how the student with different needs is treated in the school. Now you change our perspective. Now how I can, treat our students who are friends, that by chance that student is also having brother and family who are on special need. So then with that experience, the school visit they have, and they said that I'm now very, very highly appreciating all of that. I appreciate how hard is the teacher trying their best, how hard is the parents to look after those ones. So that feeling of empathy is very important for me. It's very important for us how other values can be generated from that. Through this kind of process of teaching, then the student can experience diversity, reflect on assumption, observe inclusive practices, engage in authentic activities, develop empathy, and being able to design solution. Yeah, thank you. Why stuck all the time? Right, thank you. Now, another important one, which was also raised by Prof. before, is about the role of technology. We cannot deny technology now massively developed. Now, as a teacher, as a lecturer, or you, teacher candidate, we need to think about how the technology can be a bridge or maybe can be a barrier. So, the technology can be a bridge if you are able to use it in order to get digital learning materials. You can find out assistive technology, which is very highly important to help those who are not, those who are with disabilities, for example. Visual support to help the student to think about concretely, right? And also to use AI-based personalization process learning, online collaboration, and at the same time, speech and communication tools. Or technology can be a barrier if digital exclusion happening, if access inequality happening, if happens language barrier or overdependence and new forms of discrimination. So that's why now the rules that we have is that how we are able to change or to direct technology from as a barrier, make it into as a bridge to help you in the process of teaching and learning. Now, one research that I did, a very small research, we did a kind of small research. We introduced EduCaplay, one application, to a group of teachers from village, and we teach them how they use EduCaplay in order to help them in the process of teaching, especially for addressing all students with different variation in the classroom. And we find out that the teacher have very high positive responses about this one. Why? Because this application can help the teacher to modify the learning, to make it differentiated, to even using different kinds of, content, based on variation in terms of content, enhance teacher readiness, technology-based inclusive instruction, I told you, very positive responses about this one. And I believe that a lot of research on technology that I use in the process of teaching and learning nowadays, like I told you before, we just to be wise, how it is used as a bridge to help you. Teachers, for that reason, is the most important one, is the agent of changes, and at the same time, teachers are the critical link. Why? Because technology does not automatically create inclusion. Technology does not automatically create inclusion. Technology does not automatically create inclusion. So I emphasize curriculum does not automatically create inclusion, and policies does not automatically create inclusion. What does it mean? The teachers must be able to be the agent of changes, to adapt themselves, to have continuous professional development. Why? Because teachers make inclusion through their belief, their readiness, their expectation, their relationship, their pedagogical decision, and their willingness to adapt for the better process teaching and learning. The future teacher, for that reason, is the one who are expected to be a learning designer, designing different pathways to learning, a cultural mediator, connecting global knowledge with local values. This is very important as well. Language facilitator, ensuring that language does not become a barrier. And then inclusion advocate, removing barrier to participation. And technology guide, using technology ethically and purposefully. So inclusion actually cannot depend on one teacher alone. It needs collaborative responsibility. The collaboration must include family involvement, must include community participation, need to have flexible curriculum, accessible technology, and also at the same time is that multidimensional support system. So, inclusive learning ecosystem, actually a collective responsibility across the entire educational ecosystem. This is needed. How we are able to make collaboration with all stakeholders in order education can be directed to reach equality and quality of education. For that reason, we can say that framework for reimagining education for sustainable learning future include 5 aspects: culture, language, pedagogy, technology, and inclusion. So the sustainable learning system can be reached if, for example, we all try to take care of the culture, inclusive language, responsive pedagogy, responsive technology, community partnership, where inclusion, multiple ways of communicating, responsive technology, pedagogy, technology used as an inclusion enabler, right? And also sustainable learning ecosystem. This actually make the process of teaching need to reimagine about the culture, redesign the pedagogy, rehumanize technology, include every learner, so teaching for the better future will be more possible. So to conclude, everyone, I would like to end my presentation by one sentence of conclusion, that the future of education is not simply about preparing learners for tomorrow. It is about creating a tomorrow where every learner belongs. So thank you so much, everyone. That is all the presentation that I have. I spotted my presentation with some references, and then thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Professor Padma Dewi, for reminding us especially that there is one big question that we need to answer. Our mindset, not whether the learners can cope with the school, but whether the school can provide equal opportunities for learners with different identities, different needs, and so on and so forth. And thank you also for bringing to us a bigger picture, that inclusive ecosystem that you mentioned just now, that it involves teachers, learners, community, family, and technology also there. Thank you very much. Now I'd like to open question and answer session for 20 minutes. We have time for that. I would like to invite the audience in the room first. Audience in the room, firstly. If not, then I will go to our Zoom participant, Professor Prestridge. Allow me to read. Oh, sorry, there's a question from the audience. Okay, please hand the microphone to her, and please state your name and also mention to which professor you are addressing your question. Okay.
Okay. Thank you for the opportunity, and it is such a great change to hear your inspiring speech, dear Prof. Prestige and Prof. Padma Dewi. So I have a question for Prof. Prestige. So my name is Ade, and I am from English Language Education major. So, as the future teacher, my job is to assist the learners with their learning process. But we know that the children I'm going to teach is the future is the children of AI. What I mean as the children of AI is they live in an era where AI is on its peak growth. Let's say some of them put everything of their learning process to AI. They ask AI to think for them, from project, task, to think as simple as opinion. So, my question is, how can we assist those kind of learners as a future teacher while maintaining the critical thinking and the creativity in their self? Thank you so much.
Thank you very much. May we have your name?
My name is Ade.
Ade.
Yes.
Okay, Ade.
Oh, it's a very big question, Ade. I think what we have to do is consider it as part of the process of learning. We always seem to consider AI at the end or, in the future, but the future is now. So it's about the pervasiveness of AI. So you can no longer say, I'm going to teach the way I normally teach and put in AI. You actually have to make it a very embedded, a very strategic part of everyday teaching and learning. So it's about rethinking how to teach, not just adding it on. And that's the really harder thing to do. So from the brainstorming, from the beginning, from this guiding question you might have, we've just heard a wonderful talk about inclusive learning. So how do I bring the technology to be able to make every learner in that classroom interested? Because once you have interest, you have a pathway to move forward. If the child is not interested in learning, you've lost them. So if we start at the beginning, let's ask AI, what do you want to learn? Not what the teacher wants to teach, it's what the learner wants to learn within a boundary. So it's about rethinking how we're doing everyday teaching and learning. And, so there's different ways of thinking about it. The critical thinking is implicit. It's always critical at the beginning and through every way that you're doing work with AI. So even in the brainstorming opportunity, how am I getting all those ideas? How do those contribute to the bigger question that we're answering? And what pathway are you going to go down? So because that's not going to work anymore. So it's a different way of thinking about teaching and learning. I don't know if I've answered you, Adi, but that's my response.
Thank you so much.
I'm given the chance to add. I think this one is a very good question, even difficult to answer. But then in my perspective, the learner must be prepared. It's so important to have how the teacher able to prepare the student. So that's why it is important that before they are ready to have things like that, they have to be prepared with the basic competency, literacy. So this one is the core foundation at the beginning, before the other literacy is introduced. So this one, and then after that, through this one, like it was mentioned before, how to be critical. And bit by bit, the student must be also trained about their agency, how the students are able to self-regulate themselves, and at the same time also attitude. So all of those must be introduced in such a way so that along the way the student not only improve their understanding and their skill, their behavior, and also attitude. So I think if you are dealing with this one bit by bit, all the thing through the process, and then the student will be directed into the outcome that you want to have. Of course, don't forget to provide them with scaffolding activities if they are not ready. So then they are not stressed because of the way we teach. Yeah. Okay. Thank you. I hope this answers your question.
Thank you, Professor. Next, I'd like to invite a student probably or a teacher from the Zoom room, Siti Lisdia. Can we pin her, please? And you are free to ask question now. Siti Lisdianur Rani.
Okay, thank you. Thank you very much, Prof. Sarah, for your insightful presentation. My name is Sitris Janurani. I would like to ask a question based in your presentation. You mentioned that AI can provide information faster than the teacher, personalized learning, and even provide feedback. So my question is, what should remain uniquely human in teaching, and how should teacher education prepare future teacher for that role in the era of AI? Thank you.
Sorry, Siti Lisdia, can you please repeat the question? The question only.
I think your question was around how do we prepare teachers? Is that correct? How do we provide professional development for teachers? Is that correct? Is that your question? Okay, so I think that's the question. This is a really interesting dilemma at the moment, because we've had the idea that more PD, more training is actually not going to help. I'm just going to say it. We're not here to actually have to think about in the notion of artificial intelligence is the fact that we have to unlearn how we teach, because if you can't see that you have to change the way you teach, then you're just going to use the technology in very simplistic ways. So the first thing is to disrupt ways of thinking, ways of patterning, pedagogical beliefs, in-ground practices, so that you can unlearn old ways of teaching, so you're able to experiment and build new ways of teaching. Because if we just add more competencies on, it becomes a skill training approach, and then we will just add technology in old ways, which will not transform education. It's a harder road, it's a harder way to do things, but unless we start doing something that is not following old ways, we're not going to move forward effectively in education, and we're just going to have the same patterns which are not supporting critical engagement, and it's not supporting practices that students need and approaches to learning that are inclusive, or approaches to learning that are actually going to benefit the child as they move forward.
Sorry. Yeah, thank you. I think in order to answer your questions, we refer back to Alvin Toffler's definitions about literacy in the era of technology. One was mentioned already by Prof. Sarah. The first one, learn. Of course, everyone is learning. The second one is unlearned. Delete things which are not relevant anymore. And relearn, ready to change. And in addition to that, what is also need to be considered is Learning Compass 2030. If you read about this one, this is how the future education must be directed in order to be ready for the future. There are this framework put emphasis on the first one, student agency. The second one, attitude. The next one, competencies, the foundation, which actually the integrations of not only language, knowledge, skill, attitude, but also values. And the last one is that transformative competencies. So all of these need to be incorporated. You want to be ready for the future where technology is massively around us, and also a lot of potential of disruption, a lot of potential of discrimination happening. So a lot of responsibilities, a lot of commitment, and this of course need support from all stakeholders. Yeah, thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Prof. Next, I'd like to invite Putu Laksmita Aridewi from Zoom room. You can just unmute yourself and say your question, please.
Okay, thank you. Can you hear?
Yes, perfect.
Okay, thank you for the great insight from both speakers. In this opportunity, I would like to ask to Professor Sarah Prestige and Prof. Padma Dewi. I'm a master's student in educational research and evaluation at Universitas Pendidikan Ganesha, and now I also work at the Indonesian Ministry of Education. In Indonesia, we have been experiencing quite a lot of changes in education, particularly in curriculum reform and then the student assessment. We continuously try to improve what students should learn and how we assess their learning. But listening to Prof. Sarah's explanation, especially about how rapidly the world is changing, I'm wondering whether the changing the curriculum or assessment like Indonesia always do, is enough if the way we teach doesn't change at the same pace. We often ask teachers to adapt to new technologies, new pedagogies, and new ways of learning. But perhaps we also need to ask ourselves maybe, and are our teacher education institutions adapting quickly enough to prepare teacher for this new world? So from your perspective, where should the transformation begin? Should we focus more on curriculum, assessment reform, or should we put more emphasis to transforming teacher education and continuously developing teacher themselves? Thank you.
Yes, it's absolutely critical, but we have to move from this idea that we're going to give them professional development and then they're going to be better at it or better at teaching and learning, and then if you give them more curriculum, they're going to do that in that particular way. That's just the same patterns. All we're doing is just reinventing things and then trying to implement them. Yeah, the thing that has to change the education system is to build capacity in teachers to change. Understand that adaptive competencies, being an adaptive person, is the core requirement now of teaching. How do I adapt and readapt myself to be more relevant and supportive of learners in different ways? So it's not the old, I did my degree and now I'm just going to teach. It's about being able to be adaptive, to continuously reform whatever curriculum you're given for the children to support their learning needs at that point in time within the social context, looking for a future orientation for those students. So we can't say there's one thing more than the other. We have to say it's more around being the adaptive professional and being to be able to continually adapt all of those things that you mentioned, the curriculum, the assessment. But if we're talking assessment, my last comment would be teachers have always been about building capacity to learn as the central notion. Processes of learning, understanding my learning, metacognitive skills, being aware. If you can build a learner's capacity to learn, they can continue learning. Doesn't matter what curriculum, doesn't matter what assessment, doesn't matter anything else. It's building capacity to learn in different ways. That's the bit that has to be focused on.
Okay, thank you. In this era, I think we need to follow the shift that we are not anymore in the era of content-based curriculum. In the past, we are in the era of content-based curriculum, which actually give emphasis on what we teach. Now, the era of teaching is that what outcome that you as a teacher want to have from your student, what kind of outcome that must be established by the student. We are in the era of outcome-based teaching, education. Sorry. So in following that one, so you need to think about what actually the outcome that you want your student to have before you are looking at the curriculum, before you are looking at the material that you teach, before you are looking at the assessment. So you have to give a kind of understanding and emphasis. What are actually the competencies that your student want to have at the end of the teaching learning process? And when you know about the outcome that you want your student to have, then you think about whether you need to change about the curriculum, whether you need to change about the material, we need to change about the assessment that you have. You are directed by the outcome that you want to achieve. So this is very important to be understood, because some people say, oh, I understand about it, but actually they are not doing that in its implementation. Because when we talk about curriculum, we talk about two things. The first one, curriculum as a planning. So how you plan yourself, how the outcome will be used as a reference of how teaching material, assessment, the strategy will be adapted. The second one is curriculum is also an action in the classroom in its implementation. So many teachers do not like to do reflection. Am I doing good already? Am I preparing my strategy of teaching in order to suit the need of the student? So that they just teach based on what they like to teach, not based on what is needed by the student. So reflection is so important for every teacher. So I hope that this is a kind of, a momentum where every teacher is happy to do reflection, is happy to check whether the outcome has been achieved by the student, and the assessment is giving you the data whether the outcome that you already prepared, that you already set up, is able to be answered, to be fulfilled by the student based on the data that you have. If, for example, the assessment that you applied are not able to provide any data about it, then you have to change your assessment. So you are directed by the outcome that you set up from the beginning, before you are teaching. So I hope that answered the question. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Next, I'd like to read a question in the chat box of our Zoom room. There is a question from Areski Wahid from Universitas Negeri Malang. Question to Professor Sarah. As students' interpersonal communication increasingly moves from face-to-face interactions to digital spaces, how can we as lecturers ensure that the development of digital communication competencies not only enhances technological skills, but also preserves empathy and individual character among our students.
So how do we preserve empathy online? Interesting. It's interesting. We're still, well, there's so many answers to that, but students still want the human involved when they're learning online. So it's not that there won't be a human as part of a synchronous engagement or an asynchronous engagement in a, say, discussion forum. So in an online space, the two biggest environments are discussion forums and synchronous engagements, where you have one academic and a number of students in the room. What the difference is to ensure empathy is to actually not stand in a synchronous environment and just talk through a PowerPoint. What you're trying to do is develop human connection. So you have to redesign the way that you're teaching in that environment to evoke conversation. Because if the academic is the only one talking, that's not going to help. We learn through dialogue, we learn through engagement, so it's actually trying to think of different ways, like Socratic dialogues, problem-based approaches, you know, having students contribute and lead sessions, all of those, and having protocols for engagement, like you have protocols for engagement in a classroom, have to be established in the way that you're actually delivering and supporting that. So remember when I said in the PowerPoint, it's never going to work if it's teacher-centric. It has to be network-based learning when you're online. So that means the conversation and the power for that conversation has to shift from the academic to the users, to the students. And actually you become part of the community where you are together inquiring, together unpacking. And you can see that in discussion forums when you're one part of the conversation. So in other words, silent time is really important in those so that other students can come in and respond to other students, so that you're not the one answering questions all the time. You actually want the participation and the engagement from other people, because in that way everyone is empowered and everyone is valued within that environment. So, yeah, I've done a lot of analysis of discussion forums, and there's students go like, at Jan, you know, did you see, you know, last week when we talked about this, and you start to see the links the students are building for other students. And that's a part of community building. So everything about online is about network-based learning and community orientations to support the development of empathy. So it's not doing classroom teaching online.
Thank you very much. We have so many questions. Actually, we could go on and on if we are not limited by time, but unfortunately time is up. So today we have explored many important perspectives on the future of education, from rapidly changing educational ecosystem and the impact of digital technology and artificial intelligence, to the importance of culture, language, pedagogy, technology, and inclusion in creating meaningful learning experiences for all learners. I thank you very much for the thoughtful questions from our audience, and of course our sincere appreciation to Professor Sarah Prestridge and Professor Ninyoman Padmadewi for sharing their valuable insights and responding so generously to our questions. I believe today's discussion have given us much to reflect upon as educators, researchers, and members of the wider educational community. Once again, ladies and gentlemen, dear students, please give a round of applause for Professor Prestige and Padma Dewi. Thank you for your attention, and I'd like to hand the program back to the Master of Ceremony. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Ibu Prabha, for moderating the sessions. We would like also to express our sincere appreciations and to our distinguished keynote speakers, Prof. Sarah Prestige and Prof. Dr. Nyoman Padmadewi, MA. Ladies and gentlemen, please give our moderator and keynote speakers another well-deserved round of applause. To the audience, to our students, before we move to our second sessions, which will be conducted with the speakers who will join us online shortly, I would like to remind all the students to please stay with us until the entire program is finished. Ladies and gentlemen, we will now continue with our second keynote sessions. For this session, it is our pleasure to invite R. Ahmad Ginanjar Purnawibawa MHum PhD to serve as the moderator. Our two keynote speakers for this sessions are Professor Dr. Haryono MPD and Professor Dr. Abu Yazid Abu Bakar will be joining us online via Zoom. May I kindly ask our technical team to display the Zoom sessions on the screen? Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome our moderator R. Ahmad Ginanjar Purnawibawa MHum PhD together with our distinguished keynote speakers Professor Dr. Haryono MPD and Professor Dr. Abu Yazid Abu Bakar joining us virtually. Okay, Dr. Ahmad, the session now is yours.
Good morning, everyone. I hope you still survive for another sessions. Good morning, everyone, distinguished guests, students, lecturers, researchers, and all participants that joining us both in person and online, remotely through Zoom. This is the second session, and my name is Ahmad Ginanjar Purnawibawa. You can call me OWB for short, and I will be your moderator for the second session. After a very interesting and provoking first session, now we will have another two speakers with a very interesting topic. We have Professor Dr. Haryono from Universitas Negeri Malang and Professor Dr. Abu Yazid Abu Bakar from University Kebangsaan Malaysia. Can you hear me, professors?
Oh, saya dengar suaranya Pak Ganjar yang sangat ganteng. Thanks a lot for your...
Terima kasih, Prof. Before we start, I would like to introduce both of our speakers. The first speaker for the second session is Professor Dr. Haryono from Universitas Negeri Malang. He is a professor of political history at the Faculty of Social Science, and he obtained doctorate degree from Universitas Indonesia, and currently serves as a rector of Universitas Negeri Malang. And previously also the deputy head of Pancasila Ideology and Education. Research-wise, he involved in many collaboration from many countries, Australia, Malaysia, Singapore, Thailand, and more. We can spend many more minutes to talk about this. But today he will speak about teachers, character, and AI literacy. So this will be connecting the first and the second topic that we have today. For the second speaker, we will have the Professor Abu Yazid Abu Bakar. Are you joining us, Professor Abu Yazid?
Yes, I am. All right.
Yes. Thank you and good morning, Prof.
Yeah, morning.
And Professor Dr. Abu Yazid is a senior lecturer at Universitas Kebangsaan Malaysia and currently also serves as an adjunct professor at Universitas Pendidikan Ganesha. And he obtained the PhD from Universitas Kebangsaan Malaysia in a counselor education or school counseling and guidance service. And interestingly, he also retired as a lieutenant commander from Royal Malaysian Navy. So very colorful background. So these are two of our speakers. Before begin, I would briefly explain the format of today's session. We will have two keynote presentations with approximately 40 minutes to each speakers. And after that, we can have a question and answer or discussion session. So I would like everyone to try to keep the question concise and according to the presentation so we can have many questions as possible. And for the person in room, I would like you to raise your hand and then answer when you given the microphone. And the person, participant joining us online, you can use the chat service, or you can also raise a hand for direct question. Okay, without further ado, I will give the forum to Professor Haryono to start the first presentation of the second session. Professor Dr. Haryono, the floor is yours.
Okay, thanks a lot, Pak Ganjar. Bapak Ibu yang kami hormati, ladies and gentlemen, good morning. We just hear and receive the good speaker from the previous speaker, from Professor Sarah and Professor Nyoman. I think the substance is very, very interesting and substantial. So I think my presentation only two suitable with their topic. I think all the people in the world right now feel that life is not easier than before. But for the problem is why life is not. I inspired by Yuval Noah Harari in his book about the Homo Deus and Nexus. In his book of Homo Deus, that human can be vanished, human as sapien, I think. I mean, can vanish because AI can make the world is very different. So according to Yuval Noah Harari, AI not only tool but also agency. So I think it is the problem, and we just heard, according to Professor Ninyoman Padma Dewi, I think the diverse background of the people, especially our students, must be considered, because not all students can good and equal access how we can learn about AI. So in this topic, I like to discuss about how the position we as teacher and how the character both teacher and learner or student and AI literacy, because educational technology can change the world, but the question of education must remain ours to answer about we as a human. I think this is very important because according to me, as far as I know, education is always related with human. AI can change why we can learn a lot. Before we have AI, we usually learn direct to the teacher. But right now, we not only can learn from the teacher, but also we can use AI to learn without teacher. Besides that, there are many transforming. If the traditional learning, we usually should and read, understand, and produce. But in this AI, we can ask, interactive, verified or test, develop, and produce. So, AI ability to produce answer does not mean it understands by itself what is it doing. It still needs human judgment. AI ability, we know, can produce answer is not the same a human ability to determine of meaning of those answer. So how the teacher can use the AI to support and cooperative with AI. We can use AI to generating learning material, create simulation, translate many several languages to our language, analysis learning until maybe we can use a co-worker or co-writer with AI. Ladies and gentlemen, maybe we have known that AI originally inspired by the way biological neuron function. So how human work and how AI work, there are still many problems because not only equal and same, but also any different must be to consider. In AA, usually we only input data, then we can find patterns, then calculate possibility, then we know the result or suggestion that I got, then output. But in human, it is no, excuse me, I mean it's more complex because we as human not only input data, but also must be active looking for data. So,
Professor Haryono,
excuse
I'm
me.
sorry to cut you, but can you share the presentation, Prof? Because we cannot see the presentation.
Excuse me. I think the committee can help me. Okay. Okay. I will take it.
We will try to
wait
problem
moment.
solve this thing.
Yeah. Okay.
Please wait a little bit for while we problem solving this issue right now, because the presentation is very interesting and I think it will be beneficial for everyone to be able to see the matter. Thank you, Prof. Haryono. We can see the screen now.
Okay. Excuse me, Pak Ganjar. You listen me?
Yes, yes, we can see it, Prof, perfectly. Thank you.
Okay, thanks a lot for your kinds. I will continue my presentation about how AI is inspired with life not only for the teachers but also for the children. So we know that AI originally simulate and memory about our neuron or our brain. So we can learn that AI not only emergent from the reality and see, but also how the people respond the problem and then learn about how human. So in the activities, people not only passive input data like in AI, but also must be active. So he not only hear, but also how he can looking for from their hand, from their eyes, and maybe we can do it more and more. Then looking for neuron process until we can know that problem in our education, many students have a good background in technology than the teachers. It is very important to know because maybe we just listen from our previous speaker, Professor Nyoman Padma Dewi, not only background student, but also background student and teacher are very different. To avoid our problem as an Indonesian, maybe I still influenced by the famous educator or father of education in our country, Ki Hajar Dewantoro, who have many great idea. So we can consider that teacher set an example. Teacher can build spirit and initiative until teacher provide support. Because according to me, the Ki Hajar Dewantoro idea is very important to know, especially for teachers and learners Indonesia. And until right now, this concept still relevant to AI because through AI, we can help deliver knowledge, but we can ask too. Education requires someone who guides human growth as a whole. This fundamental difference position AI as a tool and teacher as pamong or mentor must be considered on and on. By the way, we can learn not only from Ki Hajar Dewantoro, that means education is nurturing human growth, but also we can learn from the other thinkers, education, especially in education, such as in John Dewey, in which he said education can grow through experience. How we can learn not only obtain knowledge, but also growth through interaction, problem solving, and reflection as part of our experience. And then we can also connect it with critical education from Brazil thinkers or educator Paulo Freire, in which he said that education as a dialogue and liberation. Students not only object who merely receive knowledge, especially in silent culture, but also he must be think, dialogue, build critical awareness, and understand reality. Education is a process of liberating human being from ignorance towards the freedom to think critical and act. By the way, as far as I know, Paulo Freire gave me experience. We not only live in the world, but me. I think me as part of people, we have to produce culture. So silent culture must to be transformed to open culture. Education is process of helping human become human, mu'a, that is able to think, to choose, to act, and take responsibility. Because in modern society, many people escape from freedom, escape from responsibility. I think it is very important. Character cannot be automated and sick because human, especially our learners, not only object, but also they must be reflect student as a subject. He need a role model, I think, but not always model can influence the student. So how he can relationship, experience, dialogue, reflection, habit formation until asking what their experience must be known and done. So the character must be to nurturing on and on, because according philosopher in education, in this context, I take three thinkers: Yajar Dewantoro, character grow through the process among and with others, and John Dewey, experience that has meaning, shape, grow, and habit, and Paulo Freire, dialogue and reflection build critical awareness. Ladies and gentlemen, this thinking related with our condition this time, because AI telling we can use AI helps learners obtain answer, but education must ensure learners experience the thinking process. Our student, teachers, not only robot, but as human, he must have a critical and creative thinker. Ladies and gentlemen, so experiencing must be renewing. Before renewing, maybe must be reflecting, and then we can take action. Maybe we have meaning, a new meaning, or maybe we can change our meaning before, and then we question again. So if we remember the Socrates thinkers, question, answer, never consider in the problem. People in this time must be broke through. So we can continue our thinking on and on by asking, answer, asking, question, and asking. So we can submit the thinking process in trial to machine. Answer may will still exist. So learning process with will be new, not disappear. AI not only an instrument, but also AI as an agent, such as said by Yuval Noah Harari in his book of Nexus. In this position, AI must be placed in a positive role, not defensive or negative concept. I think AI not only something must be avoided, but also how we can a good response. So AI not vs teacher, but how teacher, student, and I can make our learning will be better. So how we can design education, creating various material and activities, not only based our experience, but also use AI to help us. And then we can dialogue it not only with students, but also with AI. AI can diagnose what the problem, but we must be critical and question the answer. So inclusion from many language, access, or diverse background can be discussed together. Ladies and gentlemen, main principle, we know that AI works on what machine can help so that teachers have more time to do what only human can do. When AI is capable of doing many things, humans like us have even more time to do what only education can save in human. Not only in this time, but more important, how we can make our future will be healthier, happier in the future. AI can enhance the teacher's capacity. So the learning capacities, both teachers and students can improve and expand. Teacher can shape the character of learners. Education can make our existence as human more and more grow and wealthy. These consequences make technology follow the development how the teacher guide human grow. When AI become capable of performing many tasks, human like what should we aspire to become through education? Our task is not to choose between human and technology, but how to ensure that technology enhance human ability to become more human. Ladies and gentlemen, in this topic, before I end the presentation, I give information and ask all of us question our existence and make conclusion. What should remain human? Why we educated and learn? So we can not only reimagine of education, but also how make our education in the future will be better. So we must be judgment, making wise choice and ethical decision, not only by ourselves, but also by other, not only by relation among of human, but also relationship building trust, empathy, and meaningful connection with the other. This condition make our aspiration how we can human have responsibility, caring for others, caring to the planet, climate change especially, until how we can taking responsible for the problem in our teaching, and then we can ask students have a good dream, great dream, then striving and creating a better future. So the future of education is not determined by what AI can do, but also how the future is determined by what education leaders choose to value, mean it, and realize. When AI is capable of doing many things, humans like us have even more time to do what only education can shape in human, but not, I think, as a historian, most people usually can make their axis with question. So many people escape from the problem, escape from freedom, escape from responsibility, but no people can escape from history. And history, according to Paulo Freire, must be reinterpreted, not only learn about the past, but how we as a human, an historical agent, make our future, make our civilization better and better. So, according to Paul Freire, conscientization is more important in this context. So AI, not only as tool, but also as a friend to learn together. Thanks a lot for your attention. Thank you, Pak Ganjar. Terima kasih.
Terima kasih, Prof. Haryono. Please a round of applause for Prof. Haryono. Very insightful, Prof, the presentation that we often thinking of AI as we have AI and then what can we do, but actually we never think about as a human what shall we do with AI. And this presentation today give very important highlights that AI in education still rely on a human, so you highlights the quality and character that needed by the educators to have for using AI properly in education. Thank you, Prof. Haryono, for this very interesting presentation. And I will continue to the second session. Please keep your question for the later session after the second presentation. Prof. Abu Yazid, are you joining? Okay. So for the second presentation, I will give the floor to Prof. Abu Yazid. I think he will talk about, this is very difficult words for me, integration of counseling and neuroscience as psychoeducational support system for gifted and talented students. Yes, floor is yours, Prof.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Moderator, Pak Ganjar. Before I start, is the Secretariat will help me with the flashing of my material?
The operator can help with the share screen. Thank you.
All right, thank you very much. Okay, thank you very much. Very good morning. Thank you, Mr. Moderator, for the introduction. My fellow keynote speaker for the second session, Prof. Haryono, and also, if still present, Prof. Sarah, and also Prof. Inyoman Padma Dewi. the rest of the participants for today's International Joint Conference on Global Knowledge Convergence. My name is Abu Yazid bin Abu Bakar. I am an associate professor in Faculty of Education, University Kebangsaan Malaysia. And I'm currently also serve as the adjunct professor for Faculty of Education, Universitas Pendidikan Ganesha. So, ladies and gentlemen, for my final keynote speaker session, my title is basically as what being mentioned by Mr. Moderator just now. It is aligned with the KONASPI theme of transformation in education. Basically, I'm going to share my a little experience of my own research together in this field of counseling. Basically, I'm going to share about how counseling will be integrated with neuroscience and utilized as the psychoeducational support system for gifted and talented students. To start off, maybe some of you will have a question: why gifted and talented students? So, ladies and gentlemen, gifted and talented student is a students population that is being considered as asset to the nation. So I'm basically studying this population since my doctoral research time. And from my little experience, many developed nations, for example, in the United States, Canada, UK, and also in our Asia Oceania environment like Australia, New Zealand, and also in our regional ASEAN countries like Singapore. So this population of students has been treated as the assets for the nation. So that's why in terms of supporting them in teaching and learning process, we need to look into their special needs basically. So to start off, can I have my first slide, please? Who are the gifted and talented students? Ladies and gentlemen, participants of the conference, basically what you see in this slide is the standard normal distribution curve of the students population. So to illustrate where is the population, the student population that we call gifted and talented, it is basically on your right screen. The +2 and +3 standard deviation of this population are basically the population of student that we call gifted and talented student. The right side of the slides. On the left side, the -2 and -3 standard deviation is basically considered as students with learning disabilities. However, in terms of talking about providing special support system, both sides, the gifted and talented students and also students with learning disabilities basically need some special provision of support system in the teaching and learning environment. However, for today, I'm going to focus on the gifted and talented students population. Maybe in next or in other occasion, we can talk about the students with learning disabilities population. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, can I have the next slides? These are some myths of gifted and talented students that need to be considered when we are talking about supporting them later on. So actually, throughout my research in this area, the myth is basically quite long. However, for today's sharing, I think let me put these four main myths that we need to understand. The first one is many or majority of educators think that gifted and talented students are like cream that rises to the top in a classroom. Meaning to say that they are so smart, and it leads to the second myth that because they are like cream that rises to the top in a classroom, many educators believe that this population of students are so smart, they do fine with or without special program. Meaning to say many traditional ways of thinking or school of thoughts said that these gifted and talented students will be succeed in their teaching and learning program, teaching and learning process, and in school or in other educational settings. But throughout further research, we found that these two things are myth, basically. Not all gifted and talented students are like cream that rises. Some of them are basic. We found in the research that some of them are considered underachieved, and they are basically didn't realize their potential to the optimum. And they are not, they are cognitively considered have high ability, especially in academic, but some of them without special program, normally they will, again, like I said just now, underachieve or cannot realize their potential to the optimum level. The third myth, most gifted and talented students are well adjusted psychologically, emotionally, and socially, is found to be not to be true also. That's why, particularly in my sharing today, I'm focusing into counseling as psychoeducational program to support them, because they are not holistically stable in all dimensions as mentioned in this third myth. The fourth and the last myth that I want to share with all of you guys today is that gifted and talented students need to go through school with their own age mates. Okay, we think in Malaysia particularly, the mainstream education pull the student according to their chronological age. For example, primary school start at 7 years of age until 12 years of age. And then when they go into 13 years of age, they will go into secondary school until 17 years of age. That is particularly in Malaysia. However, for gifted and talented students, these are not accurate for them, because in gifted and talented education, they are commonly measured by their mental age rather than their chronological age. All right. Later I will explain the differences between these two. Can I have the next slide? Okay. Another long list of general characteristic of this student population. However, I will share the main 5 of them with for today's sharing. The first one, they basically synthesize new information quickly. Gifted and talented students are always analogized as a big sponge. Okay, big sponge meaning to say that in learning they absorb new information quickly in comparison to their normal peers or normal students. The second one, the general characteristic that is quite interesting, particularly when I did my my training in Johns Hopkins University in the States, and later on my postgraduate certificate in UNSW in Sydney. I was told that these gifted and talented students commonly have this active sense of humor. It can be good, but most of the time it can be bad. We will see that later on. The third general characteristic, the students particularly are empathetic, sensitive to their environment, desire a personal connection with others. The fourth general characteristic that I want to share is that they are confident in their academic abilities because they are always associated with high cognitive level, especially in academic and also in educational performance dimension. The fifth general characteristic of these students are that they have high self-expectations and a personal motivation to succeed. Okay, again, when they possess this as their personality trait, sometimes it can be good, but if they are not being guided or assisted by the teachers or the adults around them, normally they will turn into a bad characteristic. All right. Next, let's see some learning characteristic. Just now, I just said some general personality characteristic. This time around, I share with you guys 6 common learning characteristic of these students. First one, they take great pleasure in intellectual activity, often skeptical, critical, and evaluative, have an eye for important details, have well-developed powers of synthesis, abstraction, and conceptualization. Number 5, have a large storehouse of information on a wide variety of topics. Last but not least, this population of students normally can work independently and concentrate in longer periods. Okay, as teachers or as educators, why we need to understand this, ladies and gentlemen, because this learning characteristic combined with the general characteristic just now, if not being understood by the teachers or the educators, when they display this kind of characteristic, especially in the classroom or in the teaching and learning environments, if it's not really being understood by the teacher educators, it might create possible problems or issues in teaching and learning. So what are some of the issues? Let me share with you guys the next slide. As I said just now, combined learning and general characteristic, if it is not being understood and pay a proper attention by the teachers, it will create possible teaching and learning problems. Again, in my research, in my literature reviews, this list can also extended to a very long list. However, I choose another 6 main characteristics to pair it with the possible problems that might happen in the teaching and learning process. Let's see one by one. First, acquires and retains information quickly. Just now, as I said, they are always being analogized as a big sponge. So the possible problems when they have this characteristic is they become impatient with others and they dislike basic routines. If they are put in the classroom whereby they know the things prior to the teaching, they might bother the teachers with questions that sounds like irrelevant, so on and so forth. So that's why when in the process of teaching and learning for gifted and talented students, normally teachers engage in acceleration and also differentiated learning style because they want to cope with this possible teaching and learning problem that might occurs. The second one, their characteristic that is being inquisitive and searches for significance. Sometimes if we are as teachers or educators, if we don't understand that this is basically their personality traits, we will teachers or educators will tend to face the situation in the classroom whereby they will mark the student as asking embarrassing questions, and then as teachers also we might feel overwhelmed with multiple interests and talents, because this kind of students, if they doesn't get satisfied answer from the teachers, for example, they will jump from question to question, from other dimension to other dimension. So it will become quite overwhelming with the teachers, particularly the novice teachers or the teachers without backgrounds of understanding this population of students. The third characteristic enjoys problem solving, have ability to conceptualize, abstract, and synthesize. And in terms of teaching and learning process, they will resist routine practice. All right, they will look into problem solving from other direction or other perspective. If we are as teachers rely totally on the scheme or on the syllabus, we can be challenged by question by his or her question on our teaching procedures or our teaching syllabus. All right. The fourth characteristic that might lead to teaching and learning problems is their intention to seek for cause and effect relationship. So the possible problems will appear in terms of dislike, unclear, or illogical ideas. They cannot simply accept the routine or the traditional ideas of explaining something by the teachers, because they want to look in, like I said just now, they always like to look from the different angle or different perspective. Number 5, there are characteristics of having high energy, alertness, and eagerness. That when it is associated with teaching and learning process in the classroom, if the activity is considered boring or doesn't engage any interesting or fun learning activities, normally they will be frustrated, and they may be seen as hyperactive, because they are basically have this high energy jumping here and there, and it is maybe considered hyperactive, or sometimes is being labeled as ADHD, so on and so forth. All right. Last and not least, as I mentioned just now, most of these gifted and talented students have strong sense of humor. So in terms of teaching and learning, they have a tendency to become class joker, class clown, and disturb the teaching and learning process, especially when they already knew about the topic, they already understand it prior to the teaching. So they will become, as I said just now, because it is inherently in their genetic, they will become class clown and disturb others or other students who need to learn that topic or that that particular lesson. All right. So next slide, please. So because of that, ladies and gentlemen, because of their unique characteristic, because of the possible teaching and learning, basically this population of students, they have some psychosocial emotional issues that we need to understand before we talk about the provision of support system in their teaching and learning environments. 5 main psychosocial emotional issues of these students, particularly the first one is a synchronous development. This is particularly related to what I explained before about the uneven between their chronological age and mental age. So they become, for example, in my research, I found a 3 years old kids that can explain about a horse as if he is the working encyclopedia of horse. But when we give plasticine to her to form a horse like what he explained in verbal, she can't do it because the fact that his cognitive ability is like 17 years of age, that is her chronological, sorry, that's her mental age, is not even with her mental age. The mental age is only 3. So we know at this age, the psychomotor ability is not being developed fully. So the coordination of her hand in terms of forming the shape of horse is not basically even with what she has understood about horse in terms of cognitive thinking. So that's why asynchronous uneven development between mental age and chronological age is basically the main psychosocial emotional issue of gifted and talented students. The second one is perfectionism. We know that perfectionism exists in all of us, basically, in all humans. However, in terms of gifted and talented students, most of the time, if not guided and if not being supported, their perfectionism will go to the level that we call destructive perfectionism. So destructive perfectionism will become a block to their development in terms of teaching and learning. So that's why as teachers or as counselors for this population of students, we need to understand these first two because it is basically uniquely associated with gifted and talented students. The rest is quite common and also faced by normal students, population of students, stress and depression, low self-esteem, self-concept, and also relationship with peers and adults. But as I said just now, we need to understand and focus to the first two because it is uniquely associated with negative impact on gifted and talented students' teaching and learning process. My next slide, please. Therefore, ladies and gentlemen, counseling as psychoeducational support system for gifted and talented students are basically very vital. That's why there is a phrase in gifted and talented education that says all teachers of gifted and talented students must assume the role of counselors, meaning to say in gifted and talented students, in helping or assisting them to cope with the challenges or issues of their teaching and learning process, it is not the responsibility of counselors only. As a matter of fact, many scholars in the gifted and talented students said it must be shouldered by all the teachers to this population. That's why why counseling as psychoeducational support system is a therapeutic psychosocial service to assist gifted and talented students to deal with their life challenges that may threaten their mental health and psychological well-being. So that is the main objective why we need to support these students, because if they cannot complete their journey in educational journey, basically they might be facing with mental health and psychological well-being issues. Facilitate and guide gifted and talented students in solving their own daily problems, issues. Again, this is back to the basic of counseling philosophy. We are not solving their problems, but more of facilitating and guiding them so that these gifted and talented students will have the ability to solve their own problems. The third point is that counseling provision for gifted and talented students is always focused on psychosocial support along with career and academic guidance. Based on my little experience in doing research for this population, I found out that when they seek counseling services or counselors, they always focus on psychosocial support together with career and academic guidance. Meaning to say, these are the three main areas that normally they will need assistance for. All right. Can I have the next slide, please? Therefore, ladies and gentlemen, just to share with you guys, basically, until today, there is no established counseling model for gifted and talented students. There is none just yet that is focusing on how counseling should be established as psychoeducational support system. However, I'm referring to Van Tassel-Baska in 1990. Basically, Professor Van Tassel-Baska put it as a challenge. Whoever wants to develop counseling service model for gifted and talented students basically need to consider three elements as illustrated in the slide. The first one is the natural traits and needs of gifted students. The second one is the implementation strategies and the roles and function of counselors. So with this suggestion from Professor Van Tassel-Baska more than 30, 40 years ago, many researchers in this field have established framework, has established guiding best practice guidelines, so on and so forth. However, as I said just now, there is no scientific tested model just yet for this kind of population. So next slide, please. So from my own research, I developed this so-called best practice framework in the context of gifted and talented students in Malaysian context. So from my research, there are four pillars when we want to develop counseling services provision for gifted and talented students. It must evolve around the first pillar, the counselor competencies, whereby the counselor need to understand giftedness and gifted students, don't feel intimidated when challenged, and also acquire necessary skills and knowledge to attend to client uniqueness. The second pillar of my framework is basically evolve around client uniqueness, whereby focus need to be given to special personality traits of this population of students. Then their psychosocial emotional issues, as I mentioned just now in my previous slide, and also the special issues in addition to normal adolescent issue. The comparison between their issues to the normal student issues. The third pillar is about differentiated approaches, whereby the delivery of the counseling to this population of students need to engage in creative approaches, emphasis on effective and cognitive paradigms, and also not using the common one-size-fit-all ideology. Okay, because for this kind of student, the ideology or the philosophy that that need to be engaged in is the one size doesn't fit all. Meaning to say, we have to look into the uniqueness of the student per se, but not design the intervention plans for everyone in a lump sum approach. Okay, the fourth pillar of my framework is that the therapeutic environment need to support the learning ecosystem whereby the student need to be given what we call effective living learning relationship, whereby mutual respect, understanding, and trust is being instilled in the ecosystem, and attentiveness and immediacy is also tailored into the learning environments. Okay, this is sort of best practices counseling framework that I established from my own research in Malaysia. All right, next. So, ladies and gentlemen, therefore, when dealing with these gifted and talented students, what are the common skills and techniques that counselors need to possess? Basically, for counselors, they are what we call the easiest or the low level skills, like for example, what minimum encouragement, the nodding, the hums. But for this kind of population of students, it's not nearly as effective. For them, maybe we should engage in skills like restating, clarifying, paraphrasing, checking, drawing conclusions, and synthesizing information. Due to their high level or high ability in cognitive function, sometimes explicit instruction, thought-challenging techniques like bibliotherapy or movie therapy is also more effective than the easiest one, like minimal encouragement. All right. Somehow or rather, when you meet the client from this population of students who have very inquisitive, very challenging minds, sometimes we should engage in high-level skill like confrontation and self-disclosure, because it is more meaningful to be used to them, because we can basically discuss the abstract meaning hidden behind their statements or their disclosure or whatever being explored in the session. All right. Next. Ladies and gentlemen, therefore, in traditional counseling roles, the counselors need to accept the client without any judgment, with accurate empathy. But in addition to that, with gifted and talented students, the counselor must attune to the mental age. As I said just now, in front of you may be a 4 years old or 5 years old as your client, but that is their chronological age. When you start the session, you will find out that he or she will talk to you like a 17 or 18 years old, because of their cognitive level is that far, and it is referring to their chronological age. So that's why, their mental age. So that's why, as a counselor, you must attune to the mental age rather than the chronological age. You must use vocabulary and concepts reflective to their intellectual capacities. Forget that in front of you is a 4 years old or 5 years old, but treat them as a client which is relevant to their chronological, their mental age. All right. Another role, avoid a defensive or rigid stance. Engage in collaborative stance, meaning to say it aligned with the communication style of counseling, the two ways communication line that we need to engage. So again, practice that and that role and that function with gifted and talented students most of the time. Focus on managing the emotional distress. And again, as I said just now, the main area. Normally, gifted and talented student comes to seek advice from counselor or seek help from counselors. The first one is psychosocial support. So that's why most of the time we need to give our focus on managing the emotional distress before we help the client to handle the other issues or the other dimension of problems that might arise. Okay. Next, ladies and gentlemen, in line with the topic of transformation, or the theme of the conference, I basically bring in integrating a new approach to conventional counseling, because normally neuro counseling, a new alternative in counseling that rise after COVID-19 pandemic, what we call as neuro counseling nowadays, it is a new alternative, and it is basically a services, a modern talk therapy approach that combines traditional mental health counseling with the study of the brain and nervous system. Okay, it's basically a combination or an integration of a social science counseling with a neuroscience approach. And it is a new paradigm in counseling, basically just started recently. It is basically innovative psychoeducational intervention for special population, including gifted and talented students. So meaning to say this neuro counseling is that an integration of neuroscience and counseling, traditional counseling, social science approach in order for us to help specific population. So that's why I'm bringing in this new alternative as a way forward to us to consider how we want to transform the conventional counseling as psychoeducational system that has that we are practicing now in our current education system into a latest innovative intervention approach. Okay. As I said just now, neuro counseling is just started after the pandemic COVID-19, and it is basically evolving quite fast now. So what is the benefits of having next? Can I have my next slide? What are the some of the benefits of neuro counseling? We can come up with a personalized treatment plan for individual client. As I said just now, gifted student and talented students. Gifted and talented student, we cannot help them or assist them with basically a one-size-fits-all philosophy. So in terms of providing counseling also, we need to give specialized and differentiated approach. So that's why it is very suitable to this neuro counseling, because we can personalize our treatment plan by understanding the client's unique brain patterns and allowing for customized treatment strategies. The second benefit is enhanced understanding of mental health conditions. If we are using conventional counseling approach, talk therapy, basically we are understanding the issues shared by the clients normally with theories. That's why we have underpinning theories in our session. However, by engaging in neuro counseling, we demystifies the biological underpinnings of mental health challenges. So in Undiksha, under Professor Kadek, we are basically engaging in this research in neuro counseling, whereby the client will be connected to all these tools that will provide the brain patterns, the biological underpinnings of mental health challenges, so that it empowering clients with knowledge about how brain's wiring can affect emotion and behavior. So rather than understanding it only from theoretical underpinnings, now we have scientific revelation or explanation of the emotion and behavior. The third benefits of neuro counseling as a way forward of transforming counseling into future psychoeducational support system, particularly for gifted and talented students, is the integration of technology, right? Counseling is now integrating all these cutting edge technologies such as neuro feedback and new biofeedback machines. So it becomes a combination of traditional science practice to a combination of social science and also scientific activities, so that we can the integration of technology also allow us to monitor brain activity and teach clients how to modulate neurological responses. So it is an added value to a conventional counseling provision, in other words. All right. So next, ladies and gentlemen, in comparison to just now the conventional counselor's role and functions, in neuro counseling, when we use it as psychoeducational intervention, there are three roles and functions, specific roles and function that counselors must assume. The first one is a psychoeducator, whereby the counselor will conceptualize and explain the psychological mental health issue via the neuroscience perspective. So I said just now, via neurofeedback, biofeedback, reading, so on and so forth. The second role and function is as evaluator or assessor, whereby by using the scientific method to collect and objectively analyze data in order to measure cognitive functions. It is basically, as I said just now, is an added understanding to the conventional one by linking it only to theories, but now we have scientific findings in terms of biological or neurological patterns of data. The third counselor role in this new alternative neuro counseling is an intervention programmer. So after we compile and we align the data from the neuro psychology or neuroscience findings together with our conventional talk therapy sessions, then we will function, or we will become the third role as a designer or planner of intervention program, okay, to complement conventional counseling sessions. So now the client will be treated both scientifically and also non-scientifically from conventional counseling session. So that is the three specific counselor's role and function on top, I would say, on top of the other traditional role, like the previous slides of mine just now, being empathetic, provide warm acceptance, and give support to the clients, lend your ears, so on and so forth. So these are the three additional counselors' roles and function in terms of this new alternative neuro counseling provision. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, I think I will conclude my sharing my presentation today with 3 points to ponder. So the first one is that counseling as psychoeducational support system for gifted and talented students need to be differentiated and specialized approach. Okay, in this sense, as I said just now, because many nations treated their gifted and talented students as assets of the nations. So I think in our educational system, it is no harm if we can provide this counseling as psychoeducational support system with a little bit of specialized and differentiated approach. All right, it is not to treat them differently, but because they face different and unique issues due to their different and unique characteristics, as I shared earlier. So they should be given these specialized and differentiated programs to support their teaching and learning process. The second point to ponder is that intervention programs should be built upon one size does not fit all philosophy. Many things in mainstream education, particularly I will talk in Malaysian context, not in Indonesian or Australian context, because I'm practicing in Malaysian context. Many things in terms of policy, in terms of in Malaysia is designed basically using one size fit all. So that's why when I and colleagues who are going in depth into gifted and talented education, we think one size fit all cannot be applied effectively in terms of gifted and talented education, and in also including in counseling delivery system. The third point is to ponder integration of counseling and social science field with neuroscience as the new alternative that I explained just now will provide an innovative platform in terms of neurocounseling for specific population of clients, including gifted and talented students. It is still new, need to be researched more. However, it has been identified as a new alternative to a conventional face-to-face talk therapy that has been considered as counseling, conventional counseling approach. So way forward, it is good because we are dealing with a new generation of students, even though they still need to be identified with as gifted or not. However, by looking at personality and characteristic traits of the Gen Z, Alpha, and soon Beta, I believe neurocounseling is going to be need to be ventured as psychoeducational system for students population in the future. So with that, I think I close my presentation. Hopefully it is beneficial to some of the participants today, especially who are basically in counseling field. So for the rest, I hope you will get also benefits from my presentations. So with that, I pass back the session to Mr. Moderator Pak Ganjar. Thank you for the opportunity to share today. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh and a very good afternoon. Thank you.
Waalaikumsalam. Please round of applause for Prof. Abu Yazid. We keep the timing very concise for the second session. So we have a very interesting presentation from Professor about the use of new technology on supporting the gifted and talented students. It's very interesting. Now I invite participants from the one in the room and also in the Zoom to asking question for our two speakers. Any questions from the room or in the Zoom? Yes, we have from the Zoom. I will start first from the Zoom. We have two person. Yes, first one maybe participant from room 6. I'm sorry, I cannot read your name. Can you please state your name and affiliation? And yes, you can unmute yourself. Sir, you can asking the question. I'm sorry, I cannot read your full name there. Mr. Muhammad. You can ask the first question. Please unmute yourself. Or I will, okay.
Okay, okay, thank you, moderator. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Good afternoon, everyone. Thank you for the inspiring presentation of Haryono and Prof. Abu Yazid Abu Bakar. My name is Muhammad Akbar, a doctoral student in vocational and technology education at Universitas Negeri Padang, Indonesia. I would like to raise a critical question. As AI is increasingly positioned as an instrument to empower teachers, how can we ensure that its integration strengthens teacher pedagogical agency and professional judgment rather than creating dependency on algorithmic recommendation, particularly in vocational education where authentic practice and human expertise remain essential? Next question. When learners possess rapid learning ability, high curiosity, and a tendency to establish routines or procedures, should we view these characteristics as learning issue, or rather as potential that current instructional design fail to accommodate? How can educators create a learning environment capable of transforming these creative drives into innovation and professional competence? Thanks, moderator.
May I ask who you want to ask to Prof. Haryono or to Prof. Abu Yazid? For both of them, I assume. Saya asumsikan untuk kedua profesor ya, pertanyaannya ya. Oke, Prof. Abu Yazid and Prof. Haryono, can you hear me?
Yes, I can.
Would you like to answer the question, Prof?
Okay, thanks. Mas Muhammad Akbar from UNP. Thanks a lot for your attention, especially to question. I think we can use AI not only as instrument, but also we can co-learn or co-worker. Maybe you have experience how you make a project, especially maybe proposal or maybe article. You can learn a lot from the online and use AI as a tool, but also you can use it as a co-worker. As far as I know, AI can develop and strengthen our information, our methodology, so our mindset not only interaction with the student, but also we can interaction with AI. So we can develop it not only as tool, but also how AI can as a co-worker. The second, maybe how educator use is to conduct it. I think critical and creative thinking is still need, because not all of information, response or answer from AI are valid. So we must be critical it. As far as I know, most information from AI very depend in the cloud's information available or not. So if no one can give information in cloud, AI cannot use it. So we can use AI information or answer as part of our activity. So curiosity our student to be continue, and how our student or we maybe as a teacher still have to responsible how we can as human not only depend on the AI, but how AI as a part of our activity must be done. I think my answer is thanks a lot Pak Akbar, terima kasih banyak, dan Pak Moderator Pak Ahmad Kainanjar Purnawanto, terima kasih.
Prof. Abu Yazid, do you want to add some thought to the questions?
Okay. The question is specifically on AI just now. As I, if I want to give a little bit input to what has been explained by Prof. Haryono, there are some careers in the future that is said not cannot be replaced by AI, and some of the particularly the career that needs human touch in it. So career like teachers, and especially if I'm talking from my area of expertise as counselors. These are the careers that cannot be replaced by AI, because the human still need to perform the professional activities of this career. Maybe as for the general teachers, like what Professor Ariono said just now, AI can become the co-workers. But in terms of counselors, I cannot see how AI can act as a co-worker for the time being, because many settings in the world also for time being is not still not accepting virtual counseling, for example, because the conventional way it has to be face to face, because the counselor need to sense the facial expressions, the body language, the tone of the voice, so on and so forth. That is might not be sensed by AI if it is taken the place of a human counselor. So that's why in my presentation just now I said the engagement of neuroscience is a new alternative. I'm not sure whether we are heading into having AI counselor in the future, but for the time being, due to the scope of the counselors, I would say it is still need to be performed by a human individual rather than AI. So for that, I believe, as I said just now, many places, even though there's a proposal of online counseling, virtual counseling, it's still not recognized yet in the practice. So to add to that, maybe it is still a long way for AI to be considered as the replacement for human counselors. That's all, moderator.
Okay, thank you, Prof, for the answer. I would like to invite Ms. Putu Laksmita for the second question. Please unmute yourself and go ahead with the question. Ms. Putu Laksmita. While we are waiting, also I'm still opening the possibility of students in the room if you have a question for the two professors. Miss Putu Laksmita, are you there with us? Yes.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, now we can hear you. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Thank you for the insightful presentation. I'm particularly interested in early identification of gifted student because I used to be elementary school teacher in Indonesia, and I encounter some students with special, some of them may also have gifted characteristics. So my first question is about early identification, Prof. So what are the recommended ways to identify gifted and talented children? Can IQ testing be conducted reliably at the very young age? And then second concern is about the Indonesia's context. Indonesia is very large and diverse country, and in some areas, access to psychological assessment specialists and teacher training can be quite limited. So a child with gifted characteristic may be perceived as a strength simply because their behavior is different from the others. So and sometimes in Indonesia, in one class, there is 35 or more students in the class. So Indonesia also promotes inclusive education, where school expected to accommodate all children with diverse educational needs. So what practical strategies can teachers in Indonesia use in their everyday classroom while they are waiting to access for specialist training or support? And then finally, from the parents' perspective, what is the best way to support and maximize the potential of the gifted children? It's better to, if financial resources are not a major concern, would you recommend to private education, or it is generally better to give gifted children in the general school to maintain their social character like that? Thank you.
Okay. I believe is the question to me or Prof. Haryono? To me, right?
I believe it's for you, Prof. Abuyasid.
Okay. All right. But okay, thank you, Miss Putu. But I'm sensing what? 3 questions there? You have 3? Okay. It's quite it's basically 3 questions, 3 big questions. Okay. The first one, identification. All right. Basically, there is no one specific effective identification method that to identify gifted students. Okay, there are basically if you read in the literature, there are so many things. IQ testing is one of it. Off-level testing is one of it. Then we have parents and also teachers nomination or teachers recommendations, and that's why basically my little experience in helping developing the gifted education institution in Malaysia from 2009, basically we combine basically in UKM we have the National Gifted School in UKM that started in 2011 and we basically developed it from 2009. So in terms of identification, we basically combine those methods that I said that I told you just now. In the standard IQ test, we combine between Raven matrices and also Wechsler intelligence skills 4, and we combine the observation techniques. Then we combine peers nomination and also teachers nomination. That's why to identify the student that we want to recruit to our national gifted school in UKM, they have to go through 3 different stages. Okay, we have designed our own and copyrighted our own identification test. We call it UKM1, UKM2, and UKM3. And it is being administered in 3 different stages. before we identified and offer the student to come to the schools. And as I said just now, it is a combination methods. It is not entirely an IQ test because we want to basically accommodate the at least if you aware of conception of giftedness given by Renzulli, for example, the giftedness normally happen when individual have high ability of cognitive development plus creativity and plus task commitment. So meaning to say, in our context, we are looking for a holistic gifted and talented students. It is not merely academic wise. So that's why they are not selected based only on their examination results, but we run the IQ test, the off-level testing, and also bring them to a special camps whereby we observe their behaviors. We come up with our psychological assessments based on the peers and also teacher nominations, and then we come up with our collective or comprehensive assessment of any particular individuals. So it is quite an hectic identification process. But again, as I said just now, talking about gifted and talented student is not only academic performance. So that's why if you want to select based only on academic performance, then we can use our national standard examination in any particular nation, right? But sharing my experience in developing gifted and talented education program in Malaysia, we are basically combine the methods, okay? So it is a combination methods. So I hope I answered Ms. Putu, your first question. Your second question, what is that just now? Forgot already.
Indonesia is a large area
large.
with limited access for the teacher, especially.
Okay, I understand. It is also still the dilemma in Malaysia. For example, even though we have started our gifted and talented education program since 2009, and now I would say we have identified at least 4 millions who have already taken the test at 3 different stages, as I said just now. But the school that we have nowadays can only accept like 100 or 150 gifted students per year. So the rest who have been identified is basically go back to the mainstream. So that's why what we are doing in terms of creating awareness in our Ministry of Education level, we come up with guidelines to give a little bit of training to teachers in mainstream education so that they will know a little bit on gifted and talented student, because at the end of the day, every year, the school cannot accommodate all of them. Now, for your information, now in Malaysia, we already have 3 schools. One in UKM, one in Universitas Islam Malaysia, USIM, and one is directly under Ministry of Education. We only have 3 now. If we calculate based on 120, 130, it can only accommodate about what? Less than 500 per year. So still, the identified student will go back to the mainstream. So that's why in the long run, basically, we are thinking of give the knowledge of gifted education to our mainstream educators, basically, to cope with this. Because if we want to identify them and put them under one roof, it is going to be very unrealistic. Even in Malaysia, what more in Indonesia with such a big population. So that's why in other countries, I went to Thailand, I went to certain countries to look into the practice. Some of the gifted schools in other countries are basically set up by private sector because you cannot uh, um, ask for government to provide for everything. So in certain countries, some individuals with maybe names or with extra funds, they set up gifted students based on private concept. So your third question, Ms. Putu, just now?
The third question is if the money is not, the gifted student is better in the private school or a general school?
Okay.
Based on your opinion.
So it's kind of related to what I have already explained. Basically, it doesn't matter whether it's private or government. They have special support that they need in terms of maybe infrastructure, maybe in the syllabus or in the modules, and also in the psychoeducational support system, like what I shared in my presentation just now. Therefore, that's why when we kick off our program in 2009, the first school that is under UKM until now, definitely it is basically supported by the government because of the in private in any private in any nation that is interested to develop their gifted education or gifted and talented education paradigm, there must be a policy that lead to a special fund given. So in our region, if I'm not mistaken, from my search, we only have policy in gifted education in Philippines. And America, they have their own Gifted and Talented Education Act, whereby the in terms of budgeting, it is separated from the mainstream education. Definitely, to support the needs of gifted and talented students, whether it's the schools are under government or private sectors, I will say from my little experience, it will need a little bit more fun. Because they need support in many areas. For example, as I said just now, in terms of programming, module, in terms of their journey towards being accepted into top schools, so on and so forth. So they will be better in a place whereby they will be supported that financially and also politically and also educationally. I would say like that to answer your last question, Ms. Putu. Thank you.
Thank you.
Very interesting discussion. However, we need to cut short of this discussion. I hope we can continue on the other section. The committee already remind me about our schedule. Once again, I would like to thank Professor Haryono and Professor Abu Yazid for time and contribution. And as our token of appreciation, we would like to present you the digital certificate. I hope they will also send it to you later. But this is only a small sign of our appreciation. Please, everyone, once again, a round of applause for our two presenter. We will make sure you receive the digital copy, Prof. Don't worry. And again, I believe today's session has been demonstrated to us the importance not only about AI, but also the human behind AI, and also the application of an inclusive approach and also differentiated approach for education. I hope for the students, for the future teacher, you get something important from this session. And I hope it also inspires you to become better teacher in the future. Thank you, and I return the floor to the Master of Ceremony.
Terima kasih Pak Ganjar. Thank lot Pak Abu Yazid, Bu Bakar.
Terima kasih, Bro Haryono. Right. Thank you.
Thank you very much again for the moderator. Ladies and gentlemen, so that's last session bring us to the end of today's program. On behalf of Universitas Pendidikan Ganesha and the organizing committee of KONASPI 12 2026, we would like to express our sincere gratitude to all distinguished speakers, moderators, participants, and everyone who has contributed to the success of this conference. We would like to wish all participants a successful continuation of the conference in the respective faculties, and we hope you enjoy the upcoming sessions and have a productive, inspiring times. And so, ladies and gentlemen, with that, we officially close today's sessions. Thank you very much and have a wonderful day. Om Santi, 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 Om. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.